What's up, guys? How we doing, man? Yo, yo. What's going on, guys? I got 5 o'clock. I'm just curious. Are we live? Okay. All right. Cool. Okay, let me... Yo, Lo, you ready? Cool. Everybody ready? All right, man. Yo, Lo. I'll just use this when I have to. Like, I mean, if you're cool. I'm kind of thinking that you already know where the changes are, so. All right. Check 1 2, check 1 2. 1 2. I'm just verifying one more time. We're live right now. All right, here we go. All right, thank you so much for tuning in today. And kokwai navi kemaing, biagindi, navi toing, adi navi matuing. Greetings, family and friends. I just want to thank everybody for checking in, tuning in today for what we're calling an alternative history of America. It was 340 years ago that our people, the Pueblo nations, the Hopi, the Zuni, the Tewa, the Tiwa, the Kiris, the Toa, the Piro and Tampiro people. It was 340 years ago, and actually just 2 months away from the initiation of that revolt, the first documented war for religious freedom in what we currently call the United States was right here on this soil in the Southwest. 100 years before the American Revolution is when this was fought. So today, we are having an alternative history of America, a telling of history from an indigenous perspective in commemoration of that great event among our people. July the 4th is what many people call Independence Day, but among our people we refer to August 10th of 1680. That's our Independence Day. That's the day that we liberated ourselves from the oppression of Catholic Spain. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, so let me kind of back up and give some explanation of what we've been doing. This is the wrap-up session of a 7-part series that I've been doing on alternative history. Every Saturday I've been doing a telling of Indigenous history, and today is the culmination of that. And we're very grateful to the Orpheum Theater for hosting us again. It's a blessing to be back here, a kind of special spot to us. While I'm thinking about it, I definitely want to give a big thanks to the Grand Canyon Trust, to Wildlands, Arizona, and to the Sierra Club Grand Canyon chapter, as well as the Orpheum Theater for these organizations helping to make this event possible. So just want to say thank you. Also want to give a shout out to the folks at Arco Santi and the good folks in Russellville. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hosting these events. The purpose of this show, to me, is really threefold. There's 3 purposes in my mind for what we're doing today. The first purpose is fairly obvious. It is to tell a version of American history, but again, from an indigenous perspective, through the lenses of Native American, the Native American. Although, I do want to point out that this history will be only one version of Native American history. In other words, there's many versions of Native American history. Very many stories. The stories of the people from the East Coast, from the Southeast lands, the people from the Hawaiian Islands, the Caribbean Islands, the Arctic regions, the desert lands, the rainforests, the canyon floors, the woodland tribes, the Great Basin, you know, all of these groups of people, the South American, the rainforests, the Andes Mountains, you know, the tribes from Mexico, the tribes all throughout both continents, you know, they're all part of this history and the story of Indigenous America. So I can't touch on all of it, but I'm going to do my best to touch on things that are more regional. I'll share a general history, but a little more regional history and actually a little more personal. So that's the first purpose, to tell history from an indigenous perspective. Now there's another purpose that we have in mind here. And the other purpose is that with everything that is taking place in our country today, the great spike of COVID-19 cases throughout the world, and the very obvious divide between the way it has affected people in the greater culture as well as people of minority races. We have seen, for instance, here in the state of Arizona, 1/3 of the COVID-19 cases existing on the Navajo Nation, and in our neighboring state of New Mexico, 1/4 of the reported cases testing positive in the state of New Mexico also being among indigenous people. with the murder of George Floyd, a whole nother ingredient was put into our discussion as America. Our conscience, I think, was pricked at this time where we begin to recognize the disparity. And this has taken place in various waves throughout American history. Various waves of consciousness, of conscious awareness of the suffering, of the plight of the Indigenous, of the suffering, of the plight of the African American, of the suffering, of the plight of the Hispanic people. So the second purpose in this is really to identify how our experience is parallel to the experience of the African American community, as well as to other minority groups. So I want to say that this show is also meant to be a show where we're standing in solidarity for equal rights and justice for the minority peoples of the Americas, and in particular, Black Lives Matter and the African American community, and no más muertos, no more deaths, and the Hispanic community. It was a great inspiration of mine, a great mentor of mine, Mr. Vernon Masayasva, who often shares opening comments in our events. But it was him that pointed out that we all come from water. It's really interesting that when you look at the origin theories, you know, the origin theory of the scientists, for instance, is that human life begins on the continent of Africa, right in the heartland of, you know, a great people of color. There's another theory, and that's a biblical theory about the origins of the human race, and that begins in Mesopotamia, you know, and also, interestingly, among a people of color. Vernon Masayasva pointed out to us that we all, in theory, come from water. The scientist says we come from water. Really, even in our cultural theories, we come from water. And it's told to us in our culture that when our bodies leave, there's a little science lesson, you know, that the science has been able to verify. That when our body or when our soul leaves our body at the time of death, it's said that we return to our people as clouds. And this is kind of proven by science because we're all made of water. And when we pass away, then the water eventually evaporates from our body and goes back into the atmosphere, rises up as clouds and returns to us. So we all come from water. We all come from the sea. It's one of those universals that connect us together. So in the spirit of solidarity, this is a song called Clouds. Raindrops fall and touch the ground and merge as mountain streams. The streams flow into rivers and continue to the sea. Fills the earth with warmth and waters purify. Droplets rise into the air and clouds form in the skies. o mau tu cơ e fa nei yo we ho yo ta ne yo we ta nei cơ o mau tu touch the ground and merge as mountain streams. The streams flow into rivers and continue to the sea. All right, thank you so much. Now there is a third purpose in this telling of an alternative history of America. And the third purpose is to give a highlight, give a little bit of a shout out, to an organization and even organizations, that are working together. I'll come back to that in just a moment, but I did say that this history will be personal. It'll be regional. It'll have, cultural twists and turns in the midst of it. There's many theories about the beginnings of people in the Americas. For instance, there's the Bering Strait theory. The Bering Strait theory, to me, that's a good theory. The theory is that during the last ice age, that there was a land bridge between Alaska and Northeast Asia, and on that land bridge, many Native American people came hunting big game. And I think that's a good theory. And I think probably there are Native American people who came across in that way. But now wait a minute. When you're talking about Native American people, you're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, even thousands of cultures, of languages, differences of people with differences of origin, different languages, And I'm going like, you think that 1/5 of the world's population at time of contact, that's what we were at time of contact, 1/5 of the world's population was living right here in this hemisphere, the Western Hemisphere. And the scientist is telling us that 1/5 of the world's population traveled over the Bering Strait. I'm sorry, man, I have a hard time believing that, There's been many people that have come to this continent. African American people before Columbus, Viking people before Columbus, people from the Orient long before Columbus, And of course, the Indigenous American. Some people of Native American descent have theories and have legends and have stories about crossing the great waters to come to this continent. Others come from the north and migrate to the south. Others migrate from the south and come to the north. Among my people, the Puebloan people, we also have a theory. And the theory that we have is that all people together emerged into this land together. All people of all colors, we were born into this world in the same way that people are born into this world physically. So conceptually, among our people, we entered into this world through the original womb of the earth. And among our people, we have a theory of where this took place. Many Puebloan people can point to specific points, where these things took place, where their origin comes from. Among the Hopi Nation, there is a theory that original womb where all people emerged from was near the confluence of the Colorado River and the Little Colorado River deep in the Grand Canyon. And it's our theory that all people emerged together. The African people, the white people, the Oriental people, the Indigenous people, the Native American people, that is, all races together, red, yellow, black, and white, all emerging together. This is a version of that story that my father depicted, and you can see all colors of people are depicted here. And what we were seeking to do was we were seeking to leave the corruption that was in the world below. We were seeking a new life, a new beginning, because of the conditions of the world below that actually we had created. We created our own chaos. And if there's one great moral that I've received from the mythologies of my culture, if there's one great moral of the teaching of my people that I carry with me, it's that simply this: human beings have a great talent for screwing things up, And so we came into this world to seek a new beginning. And from there we went upon our migration, seeking knowledge to live here. Unfortunately, the unhealed nature of what we were below, it also followed us into this world. And so today, we all struggle, with a portion of our heart that experiences continual loneliness, a portion of our heart that is constantly longing, a portion of our heart that still feels that emptiness, And we try to find ways to fill those things, but really, those are only found in a spiritual answer. All right, so back to the other purpose of this show. I believe this, that the way that you believe you came into this world has a great impact on how you behave in this world. The way that you conceived of what your life purpose is, what your life calling, what your life path is on this earth, this has a great impact upon the way that you conduct your life on this earth. I'm very grateful, for the cultural teachings that I grew up with. I'm very grateful for the guidance that I received from my grandfather, my father, and also my relatives, in both Kabotie, aka Santa Clara Pueblo, my Tewa people, and also my father's people, the people of Hopi. Very grateful for all those nuances of life, Today there is much disparity in the way that we live at home and the way people live in the greater culture. But I am so inspired to me when I see the nonprofit work of people from the Hopi Nation. To me, Hopi Nation has the most dynamic nonprofits, And the Hopi Foundation at home is an organization that is an umbrella organization for many others. And we also want to highlight the work of the Hopi Foundation during this show. Usually during our Rumble on the Mountain shows, we pick a featured organization so that we can give to that featured organization. And tonight, that's going to be the Hopi Foundation. A little bit different of a setup. Usually we got a lot of people in this auditorium and in this theater. A little bit different situation. Actually, I honestly think that we're going to have a lot more people out there than we would in here. So I want to invite you to give to the Hopi Foundation. You can give to hopifoundation.org. But for the purposes of this show, we've set up a special a special Mighty Cause Fund account that you can access, and that information should be there somewhere on your screen. And if you click on to that Mighty Cause link, it'll take you to an alternative history link for the Hopi Foundation, and there you can give. Now, when you give to that link. If you give anonymously, that's very much respected and very much appreciated. But if you leave your name there when you give, you will automatically be entered into a giveaway that we're going to do at the end of the show. We're going to give away a couple of the art pieces that you'll see that we'll have on the screen throughout the show. And so we've got a few pieces of art that we want to give away. So again, I just want to encourage you to consider giving to the Hopi Foundation. We all have our focus of origin as Indigenous people. Very different from what the scientist says about the Bering Strait. Anyway, this is a tune called Origins. Thank you so much. So again, just by way of review, what we have mentioned, what we're doing tonight is sharing an alternative history. 3 purposes: to share history from an Indigenous perspective. Number 2, to make connections between the systemic racism, the epidemic of systemic racism that we're witnessing in our country, not only today, but all throughout its history as a nation. And number 3, we also want to highlight the work of the Hopi Foundation. And with that said, we've got a little bit of information from about the Hopi Foundation that we'd like to share with you. We'd like to share a couple of their organizations that are underneath the umbrella. And so without further ado, I'm gonna pass this on and then we'll get started in this program. So again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Yeah. Love and respect. Ow! Let's go ahead and run that video, Dom. Let me tune up, guys. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I just got your phone. Oh, you got it figured out? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. You guys on? Cool. We live? Sweet. All right. So we'll get that video back to you in just a second. But in the meantime, I want to go ahead and kind of make an introductory song into the next part of our journey. As I said, we have many origins as Indigenous people. But the origins of the European story of America, the commonly known European story of America, it begins in 1492. In 1492, Columbus sails the ocean blue, and when he was sailing, he had a particular objective in mind. Anyway, I'll explain it in song. Bishops fled their homes. With sorrow and with prayer they carried sacred wares and launched into the great unknown. No one ever again saw the men who fled to keep their faith alive. But every now and then across the land, people spoke of where they lived and died. In 7 cities of gold. 7 cities of gold. It was not too long ago that Natwani claimed to have found the site. He said before his eyes he saw a city rise. It was the fabled golden paradise. They visited again the newfound land with Denisa the Franciscan priest. Natwani met his death, but with his final breath he spread the cursed fatal disease of 7 cities of gold. 7 cities of gold. They searched for 7 cities of gold. The curse, it's 7 cities of gold. God who led his men into the promised land to strip away the golden ore. But our villages and homes were made of stone, and our people to him seemed oh so poor. They came in like a flood to spill our blood and demanded food, shelter, and wives. They made us into slaves to dig our graves and to pray for what they couldn't find. 7 cities of gold. They searched for 7 cities of gold. They died for 7 cities of gold. The curse said 7 cities of gold. Back to the vids, yeah?
Hello everyone, N Terry Honani yan Bahan Matiwa, Nikyang N Bamusmana yan Hopi Matiwa, N Bipwangwa, Nikyang N Tewak Ank, but N Natwani Coalition Program Manager Eptamalaita. Hello everybody, my name is Terry Honani and my Hopi name is Fog Girl. I am Tobacco Clan from the village of Tewa and I am the Natwani Coalition Program Manager. The Natwani Coalition is a project of the Hopi Foundation, along with our sister programs, Hopi Substance Abuse Prevention Center, Hopi Opportunity Youth Initiative, HOI, the Barbara Chester Award, KUII 88.1 FM, Hopi Radio, Hopi Leadership Program, Hopi Youth Leadership Program, and the Hopi Vita Partnership. The Natwani Coalition is a staff of 3. I am the Program Manager, and my program associate is Kyle Nithamya Duwawangwa from the village of Hobela, and our program coordinator, Tiana Sikiva Dutwangwa from the village of Sichomobe. Our vision is working towards preserving and strengthening the healthy food system and agricultural traditions of the Hopi and Tewa people. Forming in January of 2004 as a project under the Hopi Foundation, the Natwani Coalition represents an affiliation of Hopi organizations and individuals dedicated to preserving Hopi farming traditions, strengthening the local Hopi food system, and developing innovative, sustainable strategies to promote wellness. As a nonprofit organization, the Natwani Coalition ensures the initiatives of the program launch broad-based campaigns that approach the restoration of the food system from multiple aspects. To see more of our projects, you can visit our website at www.natwanicoalition.org or follow us on any of our social media accounts like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Natwani Coalition. Thank you. Askole kuna.
The Hopi Leadership Program is a project of the Hopi Foundation. This 15-month capacity building program will support future successors who will run organizations and perform grassroots work in their community using a model based on Hopi culture and Western education. The Hopi Foundation established HLP to support the growth and development of a new generation of Hopi leaders and professionals. The long-term goal is to nurture a community of professionals who can serve as effective leaders and successfully bridge the Hopi and non-native world. You can give back today by making a generous donation to the Hopi Leadership Program. Thank you, Kokwai.
Hello, my name is Sam Taylor and I come from the Baka Uma clan, and I am from the village of Lower Moenkopi but was raised in Kikotsmobi. I work for a nonprofit company here in Phoenix called Native American Connections, and we specialize in behavioral health, and housing. My current job title is Lead Housing Case Manager. During this pandemic, we have been assuring that our residents and clients alike are receiving food boxes, one-on-one case management, housing stability, and crisis prevention for our high anxiety population. We are here to support our residents with their daily necessities in any areas of need. I have grown so much more in my position based on the techniques shared in the leadership program, as well as from my cohorts. I have to give a shout out to Mike Adams and the various developmental videos that he shares on Facebook. I attempt the different approaches that he shares and have seen some successes with my residents in dealing with their situations, as well as my team. You can give back today by making a generous donation to the Hopi Leadership Program. Kwakwai.
Hello, my name is Humiwaisi Sakwaima, and I am a proud participant of the Hopi Leadership Program. My current occupation is a structure firefighter with the Hopi Fire Rescue Department. Giving back to the community has always been a rewarding job. The Hopi Leadership Program has given me the opportunity to become a better leader, enhancing my communication skills, Hopi knowledge, and personal development. You can give back today by making a generous donation to the Hopi Leadership Program. Thank you, Askwale.
Hello, my name is Lexi James. I am 24 years old. I am Corn Clan from the village of Tewa, and I am the youth liaison for the Hopi Opportunity Youth Initiative. My role as the youth liaison is to make sure that youth voice is present, youth voice is heard, and that we are always engaging with our younger audiences.
Hello, my name is Eugene Cody. I am the data associate for the Hopi Opportunity Youth Initiative. And what I do here is I essentially collect statistics on Hopi Opportunity Youth to determine how we can help them achieve an education or get into the workforce or cultural attainment.
Hello, my name is Ayan Albert, and I am the Program Associate for the Hopi Opportunity Youth Initiative. Some of my work includes making sure that all of our programming is running smoothly. In the past, we've done internship programs,
let me know when that video's done.
Programs, and a few collaborations
Is that video
with
done
some
yet?
of our partners.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Hannah Honani, and I'm the program manager of the Hopi Opportunity Initiative, or HOI for short. We've been in existence since 20. Development. This includes those from our tribal programs, government sector, and the nonprofit sector, as well as our education system, and of course, the youth themselves. And so in order to create this community-wide collaboration,
HOI brings youth, parents,
service providers, and passionate community members
together to engage in the research and development
to improve
the educational career
and cultural attainment of all Hopi and Tewa youth
ages 14 to 26
who are not actively engaged in school or the workforce.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, and Askwale, for all of the support you have given HOI.
We are grateful for this opportunity to share a little bit about who and what HOI does for our Hopi community, and more specifically our youth. To find more information, you can look us up on our website at www.hopifoundation.org, or you can follow and like us on Instagram and Facebook. Thank you for your support so far, Askwale.
seed goes into the earth, yeah, as the crop receives the rain and sun, as the ground prepares to give birth, and the stalk rises higher to greet the sun, yeah. As the seed goes into the earth, yeah, as the crop receives the rain and sun, so our lives begin before birth, and we're warmed by the light of our Maker's love. Life led in its place grows to yield crate of gold. As the seed goes into the earth, yeah, as the crop receives the rain and sun, as the ground prepares to give birth, and the stalk rises higher to greet the sun. Again, just want to thank everybody for checking in. And if you're just checking in, this is an alternative history of America. Where we're picking up is we have just talked about briefly about the ancient origins, the various and diverse origins of indigenous people throughout North and South America. And moving forward, you know, we're looking at 1492, Columbus sails the ocean blue. Actually, before I get into the history, I just want to give out a shout out to the Hopi Foundation. And I hope that you were able to check out a little bit of the videos. I think the video that we just showed features the Natwani Coalition and also the Hopi, the youth initiative, and also the Hopi Leadership Program and some testimonies from that particular program. The Hopi Foundation is an umbrella organization. Also under that umbrella is the KUYI 88.1 Hopi Radio. And I do want to mention that there are some instructions. If you go to the Mighty Cause link that is listed on your screen, if you go to the Mighty Cause link, there's some instructions there that if you would like to designate funds to a particular organization that's under the umbrella of the Hopi Foundation, then what you can do is where the designation button is, click on the general fund, and then there's another button that you can use to dedicate, and click on dedicate, and there you can type in a comment, and you can make sure that the funds that you give, if you have an intention for it, you can make sure that it will go that direction by just typing in that information, say Hopi Foundation, Emergency Assistance Fund, for instance, or you might say the Youth Fund, etc., etc. Everybody that gives to the fund tonight will be put into a hat. At the end of this night, we're going to pull out about 3 names, and I've got some nice pieces of artwork. Actually, I've got 2 of these. I've got a nice big one of this piece that I did a couple years ago, called True American, because, you know, Coyote is really the only true American, you know. We all kind of like to put on that badge of American, but this guy's the only one that's really been here for the whole time, you know what I mean? So he's been watching, he's been learning, he's got some things maybe to teach us. But so I've got 2 of these, and then I've also got one of the Freedom Runner that you'll see here in just a little bit. All right, so much for the commercial. Moving forward. In 1492, Columbus sails the ocean blue. He's sailing for Spain. Spain is in a little bit of a wrestling match with the neighboring country of Portugal at this time. Really, all the European nations are in a little bit of an obsession with the spice trade in the Orient. You know, whoever can get the monopoly on that spice trade really can create a lot of bank for their particular country. Columbus is the one that had this brilliant idea that if he sails to the west, he can eventually reach the east if he goes around the globe. You know, maybe a little bit off in his calculations, but, you know, sound in his theory. He was denied in his native Italy, and so he went to Spain, where he was denied until Spain defeated Grenada. And then after that, the crown showed him favor and supplied him with 3 little ships, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. And he took these ships, I mean, really small ships, you know, like the minnow from Gilligan's Island, you know, and, you know, crossed the entire Atlantic Ocean, really amazing feat, actually. But he lands on the island of Hispaniola. Confused, thinking he's in the Indies, he refers to the indigenous people as Indians. The last song that I played was a song called Grain of Gold. And it's a song about the sacred crop of the Americas, the sacred crop being corn. Corn was cultivated throughout the Americas, and to me is a very sacred crop. I like to point out that tamale is a universal Native American food. Tortilla is a universal American food. In the English indoctrination that we get in this country, we look at those foods as Mexican. Nah, those are indigenous. And actually, in a way, when you say Mexican, you are kind of saying indigenous. The word Mexico comes from the word Mexica, which is one of the names of the tribes of the people from Mexico at time of contact. Anyway, Columbus begins the European invasion on the island of Hispaniola. Within 100 years of his landing, it's estimated that almost the entire population of Caribbean island natives is wiped out. And I say almost because really it's very rare that an indigenous people is completely wiped out. And this is the place with the Caribbean islands. In the Caribbean islands, we still have, you know, the heritage of the indigenous people mixed in with the heritage of the African people. Africans were imported to replace the slave population that was diminished by the diminishing of the Native American population there. They died from disease, they died from war, and they also died from suicide because they would rather face death than to give themselves and their children over to a life of servitude. From there, the conquest of America goes into Mexico. From there, it goes into South America, into the empire of the Aztec. And it's very interesting to me that initial contacts with Native American people were often Europeans experiencing the hospitality of indigenous people. On the island of Jamaica, for instance, when Columbus was shipwrecked there on his second journey, you know, the indigenous people immediately go out to help him and help him to salvage his boat and to salvage his supplies and so forth. When Cortez went inland into Mexico, he was greeted as a very special guest because among the tribes of the Southwest and Mexico, believe it or not, in our outlook and in our cultural prophecies, we've been expecting, you know, the return. And yes, in our theory, the return of the Pahana, the return of the white man. But when Cortez came, you know, and other conquistadors into the land of the Southwest later, you know, they proved to us that they weren't who we were expecting, you know, because the people that we were expecting were to be a people that had knowledge and brotherly kindness and brotherly love, you know, and wisdom and understanding. These guys had greed, you know. It's one of the Spanish conquistadors that said that we suffer. He said, speaking of his people from Spain, we suffer from a sickness that only gold can cure. Mexico was pillaged for its gold. South America was pillaged for its silver. The conquest of America from there goes into the two corners of what we call the United States, the southern corners of what we call the United States today, into Florida, into New Mexico and Arizona. The year 1539 is significant because a very large expedition was taking place in the southeast in Florida at that time, and also we were also in the southwest being explored at that time, you know, by Coronado. Again, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. The Narvaez expedition went into Florida around 1528, and the Narvaez expedition was shipwrecked. And of all the hundreds of men and animals that were part of that expedition, all died but 4 souls. And one of those was Cabeza de Vaca. Another one was a slave from Morocco, an African, who was referred to as Estabanico. These men traversed the entire continent from Florida all the way to the West Coast and then back down to Mexico. They crossed the Rio Grande River 3 times. It took them many years to get back to Mexico City, but when they got there, they spread the stories of what I referred to in the first song, the song that I played just before the break, which is called 7 Cities of Gold. This was a legend in Spain that somewhere out there in the Atlantic Ocean, there were 7 cities of gold. When the Muslims, the Moors, invaded Spain, it's legend that 7 bishops fled with all of their riches somewhere out into the Atlantic. And the theory was that somewhere on the continent of North America, these 7 cities still existed. In 1540, Estabanico, the slave, led an expedition with Friar de Niza up into New Mexico, actually 1539. And strange twist of history, you know. The first white man that the Puebloan people saw was not a white man. He was a black man. And he wasn't a Christian. He was a Muslim, you know. Big twist of history in that matter, you know. Estavanico, violating religious taboos, was slain in the Pueblo of Zuni. And the next year, the Coronado expedition came out in search for these 7 cities of gold. He was very disappointed. But as I referenced in the last song I played, we always had the gold here in the Pueblo country. They were looking for it. They left disappointed, but we always had it. But the grain of gold was in corn. You know, that was our true treasure and still is, you know, to this day. That is our sustenance. That's where we carry our prayers. That's where we gather our names from. You know, that's how we're born into this world, through our corn mothers and corn fathers. All right. So I want to express that racism in America has 4 distinct elements that I've seen as a part of this study, going through this 7-week study. Number 1 is capitalism. Racism was built on capitalistic greed, you know. That's what the conquistadors came to discover, is gold. But another one of these elements is a cloak of Christianity. So many of the atrocities done to American people were done to Native American people were excused by religion because we didn't have a version of Christ that makes us inferior, because we didn't have the same system of religion for some reason in their thinking that gives them a cause to persecute us and then to justify it in the name of spreading their gospel through their domination. Another element of racism at its roots in this hemisphere, not only capitalism, not only Christianity or a European version, twisted version of Christianity, but also classism. And when I say classism, I'm talking about a very distinct form of classism that I don't really have a word for other than Caucasianism, you know. It was the class segregation or the class breaking point. If you have white skin, then you're in that higher class. If you don't have that, you know, then your lands are subject to being taken. You know, you have no rights even on the lands that you live upon, the land that your ancestors lived upon, you know, for centuries. The other leg, the other foundation, twisted foundation of racism in this country is colonization. 1598, Oñate comes from New Mexico to colonize New Mexico. And when he comes to colonize New Mexico, he sets up the second European settlement in the United States. The first one, 1565, St. Augustine, Florida. The second, San Gabriel, New Mexico, in 1598. These are both prior to the colonies of Jamestown and Plymouth on the East Coast. Somehow, because these are Spanish history, we've lost the version of their history. We were under the inquisitional rule of Spain in northern New Mexico, northern Arizona, for 80 plus years, between 1598 and 1680. Santa Fe, New Mexico, which is considered to be a tourist attraction because of its cultural unity. Santa Fe is considered to be the longest used capital city in the entire United States, being established in 1610. It actually wasn't established in 1610 because it was a Tewa village that was taken over in 1610. It was probably established more like 1300. But there in Santa Fe, on that Santa Fe Plaza that many probably of you have been to visit, right there on the plaza. That plaza was a place of public execution. That plaza was a place that our people shed their blood, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but over and over and over and over again in its history. In 1675, there was a public hanging of medicine men and a public scourging of those accused of lesser crimes. One of those men that was accused of lesser crimes was a Tewa medicine man by the name of Pope. Pope relocated to the most northern Tewa village, which is Taos, New Mexico. And there he received from the Creator, from Poseyemo, instructions about how to overthrow our oppressors. It was illegal for a Native American to own a horse under inquisitional Spanish rule in New Mexico and Arizona. So news of this revolt was carried via relay runners bearing knotted cords. And they carried these cords and, hang on a sec, I just want to comment on this picture that we got here. So this is actually Oñate. This is a statue of Oñate, and maybe you've heard about this in the news, that in northern New Mexico and Santa Fe and Albuquerque, you know, many people have been crying out against the presence of these statues, which is really an emblem of imperialistic domination over indigenous people. Oñate, to our people, was a butcher. But Pope led a revolt. Going back, fast forwarding again 80 years, he sent runners into all of Pueblo country bearing knotted cords, and he gave instructions to these runners to tell the war chiefs of every village to untie a knot from that cord as the sun rose every day. Simultaneously, every village throughout New Mexico and Arizona was untying this knotted cord. The same number of knots per cord, every village. Again, July the 4th of 1776 is considered by the greater culture here in the United States of America to be Independence Day. To us, August 10th, 2 days away, August 10th of 1680, is what we consider our Independence Day. Because it was on that day that our people rose up against their oppressors. The last knot was untied, and all throughout New Mexico, all throughout Arizona, the indigenous people rose up and overthrew their oppressors. And I say this really with all humility. You know, for the sake of ourselves and for the sake of those indigenous people that have suffered all throughout history of America, all throughout this country, and even are today, I say this with all humility, that we're the only group of Native American people in all of written history to actually oust and establish European colony from our homeland. That took place on August 10th of 1680. Whoa, man, looks like I got some company here. What's going on, guys? So these are the Yoties, man. And I invited these guys out to howl, man. We want to play you a song about the Pueblo Revolt. The story that I just shared with you. This is that story in song. What you think, Kobo? Actually, let me tune up too real quick.
I hope you guys are learning something if you don't already know. But I think it's crucial to know about this kind of history, especially in the Southwest.
You don't know your past, you don't know your future, yeah?
That's right. Don't know where you're going. Don't know if you're going up or down, side to side.
That's right. In this great future, Bob said, you can't forget your past. Ziggy said, you don't know your past, you don't know your future. The Spanish came back 12 years later, and they retook New Mexico, and they claimed to have possession of this land, this stage right here, man. The land that this stage is sitting on right now, you know. They claimed to have dominion over this area. But really, northern Arizona was left without significant, European presence for the next 200 years until the English version of America comes this way, and we'll talk about that in just a second. You guys ready to roll? All right. Heck yeah, man.
Thanks for tuning in, y'all.
Yes. And kind of on that same note, happy Independence Day to Jamaica. It's their Independence Day 2 days ago. And yeah, they've been in Jamaica since 1962. So they're 58 years old. And speaking of overthrowing, during the same time, those hundreds and hundreds of years, the British were kind of patrolling in the West Indies. And as Ed said, the Spanish, it was a big race, colonial race from the Roman Catholic Church, the Portuguese, Spanish, English, French. And, you know, it was a quest to manifest destinies, all nations out there. But that's kind of what this song's about.
All right.
Going out to all the Pueblos out there.
Heck yeah, man. Ooh. Right on, guys. Love and respect, man, to the Tiwa people, the Tewa people, the Toa Nation, Kiri's Nation, Zuni Nation, Hopi Nation, the Piro and the Tampiro people. This is a tune called Freedom Song. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's go, son. It was 1598 when Onyate came to establish claims for God and crown. With hundreds of fighting men under his command, he proclaimed himself protector of the realm. They mutilated men, they enslaved our children, they burnt our homes to the ground. They ravished our mothers and they took our brothers to build their churches and their towns. But in the midst of our persecution, our spirits rise with a freedom song. For 80 years and more, we endured their lordship and offered our service to the king. We cultivated fields and gave up the guilds with the tribute we were forced to bring. Our desecrated shrines left our tortured lives with broken hearts and weary minds. We knew something must be done and we turned to one who saw dawning through the dreary night. Yeah, yeah. And as we prayed for a new solution, our spirits rise with a freedom song. Yeah, in the midst of our persecution, yeah, 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 our spirits rise with the freedom song. Here's a song now. was the one who could see the sun rising over our homes again. With passion and with prayer, he sent messengers bearing news of the united rebellion. Swift runners carried words and the knotted cords that were given to the chiefs of war. We rose as one man to reclaim our land and to overthrow the oppressor. And in the midst of our revolution, this world's confusion. Yeah. Spirits rise with the freedom sound. A boge winge epie ki hai mai, ki in my end. Sing wabi ombe equi wabi ombe. Yo hey. A boge winge epie ki hai mai, ki in my end. Sing wabi ombe equi wabi ombe. Yo hey. Yeah, I noticed that, man. I wonder. I'm not no more. I won't anymore. Yeah. Let's do that. Check 1 2 check. All right. Now we'll come back to the Southwest in a little bit. Come back to our folks. Is that Maya? Oh, okay. Cool. Right on. Thanks. After the establishment of colonies in the Southeast and in the Southwest, you move into the 17th century, and now you finally have those English settlements that are famous in America's history. You have Jamestown that is established in 1607, established by the Virginia Company. So a financial endeavor again from the beginning, and kind of going back to the roots of racism right here, man. Just follow the trail, you know, follow the money trail. From there, hey, Lowell, can you back this up for a sec? Just go ahead and, yeah, that guy. Let's do that guy for a second. Because I would just want to talk about how that American version, you know, that steamroller came through. 1620, the establishment of Plymouth Colony. Again, another one of those roots of racism. This is now a pious colony. This is Christian people, you know, who are fleeing religious persecution. And again, very true to form, the indigenous people offer a helping hand. And this is a very famous story about how Massasoit and his people really saved the pilgrims from destruction by teaching them how to plant, teaching them how to survive on the land that they were not familiar with. And the following generation, the generation after Massasoit, Massasoit's son, Philip, he was beheaded by the pilgrims. His head hung in Plymouth Colony for 20 years as a warning to indigenous people of what is coming with the English colonies. Philip's son, Massasoit's grandson, the grandson of the man who offered the helping hand to the pilgrims, he was sold into the Caribbean islands to work in the sugar fields. Again, going back to that capitalistic focus. Columbus introduced sugarcane into the Caribbean islands, which became part of a big, gigantic triangular trade. Sugarcane being cultivated in Brazil and in the Caribbean islands, being manufactured into or being processed into molasses, then traded up into the English colonies, made into rum, into alcohol, then traded for souls, alcohol for souls, down on the African continent, and the whole cycle starts all over again. This was a steamroller engine, these European colonies coming in from the east, pushing indigenous peoples back and further back and further back. They introduced American systems, European systems, European philosophies of land ownership, you know, and this type of thing. And our people were cheated out of their homelands. After willingly sharing their spaces, after willingly sharing their knowledge about how to live on these lands. This next tune that we're gonna do is a song called Whiskey Treaty, because to me, this is exactly how these treaties were formed, you know. Visited Washington, D.C. a while back, visited the Museum of Native American at the Smithsonian, had a chance to perform there, but looking at those exhibits and the treaties that took place, you know, it's disgusting. It's heartbreaking. From one museum, the Smithsonian Museum of the American Indian, over to the Museum of the Holocaust, and you realize that there's 2 Holocausts in American history, you know. Those that we were seeking to liberate during World War II, and those that we inflicted genocide upon in America. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, America as a nation was really formed in genocide when it looked at indigenous people as an inferior race. This song is dedicated to all of those whiskey treaties. Let them rot. Indigenous American, or what links the human soul to the earth. The Native American believed that this land was given to us by the Great Spirit, and that by living in harmony, we would live here forever. But the New World, this is what the white man called this land, but it was not new at all. America, land of the First Nations for centuries. Nation to nation, with banners of blazing, brave and broken hearts for what the children are facing. It was a whiskey chief that gave in to your greed, when he signed away his life and sold his soul to the thief. As long as grass are growing, wind and flow, people's coming, season go, peaks are like a river be flowing. But the grass are growing and sick, and the wind don't blow in the midst of the four-wall prison that we all living in. Mother, 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 mother. Everything is killing life. Everything is killing life. Don't watch your risk and treat you on my door. Don't hunt the way I know I belong to Jah. Risk and treat you, let the blood clot rock. Let it burn, in a heat of a desert wind, this song. Let the blood clot rock till maybe move on, let it rock. Moi? Okay. Okay. So, the conquest of America, the English version, starts on the East Coast, begins to make its way into the wild, wild West. The dispossession of Native American nations. When I talk about classism and I'm talking about Caucasianism, think about it. In 1776, when America declared its independence from England, when America gained its independence from England and drafted its Constitution, America claimed to stand for the values of liberty and justice for all. America claimed to have a desire to extend and acknowledge that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Unfortunately, it seems in this American experiment that you kind of had to have white skin for that to apply to you. Native American people fought in world wars for this country, for a country that they weren't even citizens of, you know. A country that we were hunted down. As that English expansion makes its way, they coined the term manifest destiny. Again, another one of those European Christian cliches to justify the butchering and the slaughter and the genocide of indigenous people. They made their way across the plains. They had their wars with every single nation in America. Somebody's pointed out that every single nation, American Indian nation, has its moment of terror in dealing with the United States. This monster, this machine, you know, that manifest destiny concept, you know. When I was growing up, the indigenous people of the Great Plains became my heroes. The Tewa people among the Pueblos are a warrior people. And to look at the life of Crazy Horse, to look at the life of great men like Chief Joseph, Sitting Bull, Osceola, Tecumseh, Pontiac, to look at their courage in the face of death, certain death, to look at their courage for their people, their heart, their broken hearts for their people. Let's go Restless Natives, huh? You want to do that? Oh, I'm sorry. We got the seven. Okay. Let me check the time. Okay. So the Yoties recently wrote a handful of tunes. Well, I don't know. I guess we're always doing that, but
Throughout the years.
throughout the years, yeah. But last year we took a trip out to California and camped out at the Idlewild School of the Arts for a couple days and snuck into the Mystery House and recorded some tunes.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is one of the songs that we recorded. And yeah, haven't played this one for anybody yet, but this is a song about the Navajo Nation because as the English version came across into this land, in 1864 through 1868, they rounded up the Navajo Nation, took them to Bosque Redondo, where they imprisoned them in an early concentration camp here in America. 2,000 of the people died there, 1/3 of the population that was imprisoned there, before they were finally released. Let's do it, man. This is a song called Tasavum, a song about the Navajo Nation. On the desert plains of the western states is the Colorado Plateau, a land exploited for its resources, for uranium, water, oil, coal. They live the people of the Moenkopi and the Manuelito, the Navajo. Seems to me that there's no terms of peace when our societies were living in a manifest destiny. Now there's the Culture's War of 1864 and the bitter tale of 4 years of hell down in the Bosque Redondo. 2,000 died from disease and cold in a time of weeping, in a time of war. Stories that are really told tell of the journey on a long, long, weary road home. Then Manuelito cried, if you wish you to listen to my people and far away from my home, take her now to my heart and keep me first. I hope to God that you will not send me to any country except my own. I want to live and die in the place of my birth. Yeah, 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 yeah. Then in the nuclear age, the United States comes a-seeking the Navajo Nation's aid. Uranium miners and freedom fighters dying full of bullets and the toxic waste. They live the people of the Papencito, Anawaniwamito, the Navajo. Today we pray as the Diné nation that we all learn to walk in a beauty word. Then the Papencito cried, I got up a mother, live upon the land, among the rivers and the sacred mountains. Here I was born and here I shall remain. There is nothing more that you can take from me but my life, and I know that you take it when you please. But when you kill me, innocent blood will shed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. These guys. Biagindi na vikamai mo hoping mo kori ari kato kapo winga ari komope wingi wini sumopa me o kosongi wini. My name is Ed Kabotie. I'm from the Hopi village of Sumopa, the Tewa village of Kapo Winga, aka Senator of Pueblo. Na vikamai Hunter Eagle Man Rete, I'm Andrew Baker, I'm Alec Tippett. Dinet Oari Dakota Toa, Mahana Toa, Belagama Toa. A little band called the Yoties, from right here. Flagstaff, Aini Zone. As I said, we're standing in solidarity with Black Lives Matter, the African American community. We're standing in solidarity with no más muertos, no more deaths in the Hispanic community. Yeah, we all restless natives up in here. In greed they came to us, needing our resources. They claim this land their trust, bleeding our ancestors.
Whether you be black and a brown, red or white, we all come together, we no fuss, we no fight. We all come together, we attract and unite. Whether you be black and a brown, red or white, we all come together, we no fuss, we no fight. We all come together in a this here time. We all come together in a this here time. Whether you be black and a brown, red or white.
It started way back in 1492 when the murderous hero set the ocean blue. Discover of new, that's who discovered who. Man, I'm American native, put it into you. Natives getting restless all across the land. I said we're tired of being exploited by our fellow men. We've been arrested, molested, left to lay breathless. You're gonna get messed with, I'm a native getting restless. In greed they came to us, needing the resources. They claim this land their trust, bleeding our ancestors. Let's go. Natives getting restless. Resi natives getting restless.
Yes. Hope you're getting a little restless out there from listening to that one.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, if you're sitting down, feel free to get up and dance around a little bit.
There you go.
Stretch your legs out a little.
There you go.
We can feel you through the internet somehow. Thanks again for tuning in, y'all.
Indeed.
We can feel the vibes, for sure. The Indian Wars culminated in Standing Rock in 1890. The first peaceful protest on United States history. Standing Rock, Sitting Bull invited the ceremony initiated by Wovoka, the Paiute prophet from up here in Nevada, invited the ceremony that was referred to by outsiders as the ghost dance because it was a dance to honor those that had gone into the next world. Those of our loved ones that over the centuries had succumbed to disease, had been murdered by the American machine. Those of our people that had gone into the grave from sickness, from hunger. This dance was done to honor them with the hope of a better tomorrow. To be a participant in this ceremony, one had to swear off of alcohol and to make a commitment to not initiate violence. In 1890, when this ceremony came to Standing Rock, there was a swelling of the population. The government sent in soldiers, surrounded the camp. Kind of sounds familiar. They arrested Sitting Bull and actually executed Sitting Bull at the same time. many people fled into blizzard-like conditions in December of 1890. The army pursued them, encircled them, disarmed them, and then fired upon them. This is known as the last war for religious freedom. Or I'm sorry, the last war of the American Indian Wars. Could you put up the cross, Lo? Because this is the aftermath of that massacre that took place. 47 survivors, 350 dead, buried in a mass grave. 47 survivors, 4 men. The rest, women and children, were taken into a church in the community of Wounded Knee because they weren't allowed to be seen by the army wounded. They were assigned an army physician, a Civil War surgeon, who said, "This is the first time I've ever seen women and children shot to pieces like this. I can't stand the sight of this." This is the scene that closes the Native American wars. Children, women shot to pieces. Let's move to the next slide. Last decade of the 1800s, at the close of the Indian Wars, so-called Indian Wars, the English version of America has now made its trip all the way out here to northern Arizona into the wild, wild west. And now they focus their attention on this forgotten group of people up in Hopi land. We're first contact people in this area. We're also last contact people. We warred for our freedom. We won our freedom back in 1680. We live in the oldest continuously inhabited communities in all of North America. We've never been relocated. Not like other people, Native American people, that have been stripped of their lands and their homes, sent to new places, other areas, you know, arid, barren areas. You know, we're living in the same places that we were at time of contact. But the government came in and demanded that we send our children to boarding school thousands of miles away to Pennsylvania, to a boarding school whose stated policy is kill the Indian, save the man. Our mothers were taken from us. Our fathers were taken from us. And in the midst of this calculated attack upon our families, upon our language, upon our culture, the government comes in now demanding us to create constitutional governments in their image so that the mining companies can come in and negotiate for mineral rights. This is a song about home. This is a song called Hopi Land. Hopi land, if I forget you, fire not gonna come from me tongue. Hopi land, if I forget you, let my right hand forget what it's supposed to do. Hopi land, if I forget you, fire not gonna come from me tongue. Hopi land, if I forget you, let my right hand forget what it's supposed to do. In the ancient day, during a migration way, following the sign that Jah provide with no delay, we've been traveling from a place to place, seeking understanding by what the spirits say. 10,000 years in the land of the free, and they want me to give up my right to property. Don't you see? It never belonged to you and me. We were given permission if we live in harmony. Hopi land, if I forget you, fire not gonna come from me tongue. Hopi land, if I forget you, let my right hand forget what it's supposed to do. The Castellum come in 1540, years gone by, about 60, when we were banned in the oven in the 17th century. And I'm trying to conquer, but them can't conquer me. I will not lie down, I will not fall asleep. I remember how they held our brothers in captivity. Took the children, erased their memory, changed their name and their identity. me tongue. Hoping land if I forget you. Let my right hand forget what it's supposed to do. Caught up in these ways and the world's gone crazy. Don't you know it's just a phase? Case of the sign says, if I neglect the truth, then my word won't penetrate. Babylon burning through the blades, can't see through the haze. Shut down all of their dirty ways. That's the price that you pay for selling lies to the youth. No way, not okay. Oh, no way, not okay. Ain't no one gonna break my stride. Ain't no one gonna hold me down. What no, I got to keep on moving, stay alive. Stay alive. We gonna stay alive. They were owing it. Sito move. Wow, people like musang nave. Sipalave, sumo pave, que kots move, o jaive. Bakave, hot villa, Moenkopi. Down in the village, yeah. Down in the village, yeah. Bring it nice if one love could lead the way and one light could guide our way. With one heart we'd carry on, with one voice, one song. If one love could lead the way and one light could guide our way. With one heart we'd carry on, with one voice, one song. All right. We're going to take a little break and come back and have a Yoties style proper rock out. But yeah, so in this break, we'll have another visit from the Hopi Foundation. And I just want to throw in a little commercial for the Hopi Foundation. HopiFoundation.org. You can find out more information about the many programs that are under the umbrella of the Hopi Foundation. But we're going to show you a video that will talk a little bit about the Natwani Coalition, which is about really focusing and reminding ourselves of our ancient agricultural systems, and then look at the Hopi Leadership Program, which is really a dynamic program, focusing on empowering our people with leadership skills, not only from a cultural sense, but also in this world that we live in. Systemic racism is new to my vocabulary, and we'll be talking about it a little bit in the next session. But systemic racism is the systems that are inherent in the organizations and the organizational structures that we operate in. And those systems hold down the minority people, the Hispanic people, the Indigenous people, the African American people. And so I'm really blessed with the focus of the Hopi Foundation, whose basic mission is people empowering people. Because really that's what it's all about. If we're going to move forward, we need to move forward with the spirit of empowerment, not in the spirit of victimization. We've been through a lot as Indigenous people, but I'm here to tell you that we're not operating today from a victim mindset, because we're overcomers. Hopi Foundation, you can give to the fund. There's a Mighty Cause link on your screen that you can click on, and you can give to the Hopi Foundation. Hopi Foundation, I also want to give a commercial for the Emergency Assistance Fund. I'm sure you're familiar with the national headlines that points out the very high rate of COVID-19 cases in northern Arizona and on the Navajo Nation. And you need to understand that the Hopi Nation is surrounded by the Navajo Nation, so we're a reservation inside of a reservation, and very grateful for the initiatives that both our leaderships have done in working together to help to keep our people safe, you know, establishing pretty extreme curfews, you know, which is really, by staying at home, that's how we fight this thing, you know. But so I want to encourage you to look at or consider giving to the Mighty Fund page. We're going to run some video, and also at the conclusion of the Hopi Fund's video, we're going to also run another series of videos that we did last year for the Rumble on the Mountain shows. Rumble on the Mountain is a show that started here at the Orpheum Theater. Last year we took it to the Bears Ears at Bluff, Utah. Shout outs to the Friends of Cedar Mesa. We also took it to the Grand Canyon for their quote unquote 100-year anniversary. Anyway, we'll talk about that too. Anyway, you guys ready to run some video? Sweet, let's do it. All right, love and respect. Thank you guys. Oh, one more thing before we switch to the videos. Everybody that gives on the Mighty Cause page, your names are being taken down if you don't give anonymously. If you give anonymously, hey, more power to you. Give from your heart. That's the way to do it. But if you have your name listed there, your name will be automatically entered into a drawing for 3 pieces of artwork that we're going to give away at the end of the following session. So hit up the site, and we'll take care of that in the next session. Anyway, thank you so much for viewing An Alternative History of America. Thank you to the Orpheum staff for hosting us and for the killer job that you guys do here, man. We've had a great time working with y'all, not only now but in the past as well. Let's run some video. Love and respect. I didn't hear it after that. I think it got worked out. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how it
Hello
worked
everyone. Terry Honani yan pahan matiwa. Nik yang ne pamis mana yan Hopi matiwa. Ne bipwangwa. Nik yang ne tewat ank. But ne Natwani Coalition Program Manager at the Malaita. Hello everybody. My name is Terry Honani and my Hopi name is Fog Girl. I am Tobacco Clan from the village of Tewa, and I am the Natwani Coalition Program Manager. The Natwani Coalition is a project of the Hopi Foundation, along with our sister programs, Hopi Substance Abuse Prevention Center, Hopi Opportunity Youth Initiative, HOI, the Barbara Chester Award, KUII 88.1 FM, Hopi Radio, Hopi Leadership Program, Hopi Youth Leadership Program, and the Hopi Vita Partnership. The Natwani Coalition is a staff of 3. I am the program manager, and my program associate is Kyle Nithamya Duwawangwa from the village of Hobela, and our program coordinator, Tiana Sikiva Zutwangwa from the village of Sichomobe. Our vision is working towards preserving and strengthening the healthy food system and agricultural traditions of the Hopi and Tewa people. Forming in January of 2004 as a project under the Hopi Foundation, the Natwani Coalition represents an affiliation of Hopi organizations and individuals dedicated to preserving Hopi farming traditions, strengthening the local Hopi food system, and developing innovative, sustainable strategies to promote wellness. As a nonprofit organization, the Natwani Coalition ensures the initiatives of the program launch broad-based campaigns that approach the restoration of the food system from multiple aspects. To see more of our projects, you can visit our website at www.natwanicoalition.org or follow us on any of our social media accounts like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Natwani Coalition. Thank you. Askuli Guna.
The Hopi Leadership Program is a project of the Hopi Foundation. This 15-month capacity building program will support future successors who will run organizations and perform grassroots work in their community using a model based on Hopi culture and Western education. The Hopi Foundation established HLP to support the growth and development of a new generation of Hopi leaders and professionals. The long-term goal is to nurture a community of professionals who can serve as effective leaders and successfully bridge the Hopi and non-native world. You can give back today by making a generous donation to the Hopi Leadership Program. Thank you, Kokwai.
Hello, my name is Sam Taylor, and I come from the Baka clan, and I am from the village of Lower Moenkopi, but was raised in Kikotsmobi. I work for a nonprofit company here in Phoenix called Native American Connections, and we specialize in behavioral health and housing. My current job title is Lead Housing Case Manager. During this pandemic, we have been assuring that our residents and clients alike are receiving food boxes, one-on-one case management, housing stability, and crisis prevention for our high anxiety population. We are here to support our residents with their daily necessities in any areas of need. I have grown so much more in my position based on the techniques shared in the leadership program, as well as from my cohorts. I have to give a shout out to Mike Adams and the various developmental videos that he shares on Facebook. I attempt the different approaches that he shares and have seen some successes with my residents in dealing with their situations, as well as my team. You can give back today by making a generous donation to the Hopi Leadership Program. Kwakwai.
Hello, my name is Humiwaisi Sakwaima, and I am a proud participant of the Hopi Leadership Program. My current occupation is a structure firefighter with the Hopi Fire Rescue Department. Giving back to the community has always been a rewarding job. The Hopi Leadership Program has given me the opportunity to become a better leader, enhancing my communication skills, Hopi knowledge, and personal development. You can give back today by making a generous donation to the Hopi Leadership Program. Thank you, Ascole.
Hello, my name is Lexi James. I am 24 years old. I am Corn Clan from the village of Tewa, and I am the youth liaison for the Hopi Opportunity Youth Initiative. My role as the youth liaison is to make sure that youth voice is present, youth voice is heard, and that we are always engaging with our younger audiences.
Hello, my name is Eugene Cody. I am the data associate for the Hopi Opportunity Youth Initiative. And what I do here is I essentially collect statistics on Hopi Opportunity Youth to determine how we can help them achieve an education or get into the workforce or cultural attainment.
Hello, my name is Ayan Albert, and I am the Program Associate for the Hopi Opportunity Youth Initiative. Some of my work includes making sure that all of our programming is running smoothly. In the past, we've done internship programs, mentorship programs, and a few collaborations with some of our partners.
Greetings everybody, my name is Hannah Honani and I'm the Program Manager of the Hopi Opportunity Youth Initiative, or HOYI for short. We've been in existence since 2013 and we are a project of the Hopi Foundation. My main role as the Program Manager is to build, maintain, and sustain our working relationships with our collaborative. And a collaborative is those partners that are involved and have the same passion around youth development. This includes those partners from our tribal programs, government sector, and the nonprofit sector, as well as our education system, and of course, the youth themselves. And so in order to create this community-wide collaboration,
HOYI brings youth, parents,
service providers, and passionate community members
together to engage in the research and development
to improve
the educational, career,
and cultural attainment of all Hopi and Tewa youth
ages 14 to 26
who are not actively engaged in school or the workforce.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. and Escalade for all of the support you have given Hawaii.
We are grateful for this opportunity to share a little bit about who and what Hawaii does for our Hopi community and more specifically our youth. To find more information, you can look us up on our website at www.hopifoundation.org, or you can follow and like us on Instagram and Facebook. Thank you for your support so far, Askwili.
Of reclaimed sewer water to make artificial snow for recreational purposes on the San Francisco peaks began in 2012. The 2013-2014 ski season brought only heavy rains to the mountain, in effect washing out the artificial snow. Some residents of Flagstaff who experienced the earthquake of 2014 believed the tremor to be the mountain's reaction to its desecration. In January of 2015, an event was held in the city of Flagstaff to celebrate the sacredness of water. The show was called Rumble on the Mountain in recognition of the mountain's voice, and to remind ourselves that we're in a fight, not against individuals or institutions, but against the paradigms and philosophies that fuel our destructive behavior. The first Rumble on the Mountain was magical. The show brought together traditional voices, contemporary musicians, scientists, and nonprofits to give diverse perspectives about the sacred gift of water. Part education, part entertainment, the Rumble was a 6-hour experience in Edu-tainment. The second Rumble focused on the threatened waters of the Colorado River. Rumble on the Mountain 3 solidified the event's mission of empowering Native voices from the Colorado Plateau. Year 4 explored industrial mining's impacts on Indigenous nations throughout the region. 2019 is the 5th anniversary of Rumble on the Mountain and presents new opportunities for the movement. The annual show in January focused on the past and present impacts of uranium mining on the people and lands of the plateau. 2 new events will be held this year. On July 27th, the Rumble on the Rim will be held at the Shrine of the Ages on the south rim of Grand Canyon and will present an indigenous history of the canyon. On September 28th, Rumble on the Mesa will be held in Bluff, Utah, as a cry for the bear's ears from Cedar Mesa. Conscious hearts are awakening to the voice of the Rumble. The indigenous people of the Grand Canyon region have lived on its landscape for centuries. Though diverse in language and culture, our unique histories are often lost in a swirl of textbook generalities. The arts foster a spirit of understanding, of relationship. They help people become familiar with our paradigms of life, the sacredness of water, and remind us of the universal journey of the human spirit. As Native people, we're storytellers. Through our ceremonies, through our oral traditions, we acknowledge our ties to the earth and recount our histories for our children, for our grandchildren. Rumbo events are edutainment, that is part education, part entertainment. The objective is to tell our story from our perspective, our voice as opposed to the voice of a textbook. For Rumbo on the Rim, the goal is to tell an indigenous history of the Grand Canyon. So as the park celebrated its centennial, a group of Native activists, traditional dance groups, educators, musicians, and artists gathered at the Shrine of the Ages on the South Rim to celebrate the Grand Canyon, to acknowledge our ancestral ties to her, to recount the historic sacrifices of our people, to address our past and present conflicts with industrial mining, and to pray for a conscious tomorrow. We back on? Okay. Well, give me a second, man. We got to rock out proper for this. So if you're tuning in, I should make another commercial for the Mighty Fun site. Again, thank you guys for checking into this show that we're calling An Alternative History of America. One second. So every year, we've done a show since 2015 here in Flagstaff called Rumble on the Mountain. That show started here at the Orpheum Theater, and we did our first 3 years, I think, from here. The show was originally a song of protest, or I'm sorry, a show of protest against the use of reclaimed sewer water on a mountain considered sacred by all of the indigenous tribes of the area. We live in a desert landscape. As I mentioned already, when we're speaking of Hopi, we're talking about a community or communities that are considered the oldest continuously inhabited communities in all the world. We have very specific paradigms about water, about the focus of our life as it is here on this gigantic mesa that geologists call the Colorado Plateau. The Colorado Plateau is northern Arizona, southern Utah, a little bit of western Colorado and northwest New Mexico. It's a gigantic mesa. It has the most number of national parks per square mile than anywhere on the planet. But it's also one of the most exploited lands for uranium, water, oil, and coal. So we've had the blessing of doing the Rumble on the Mountain show, which is the videos that you just saw. And just before that, we were talking about the Hopi Foundation and their various programs, you know, that take place under the umbrella of the Hopi Foundation. Anyway, thank you for tuning in. I wanted you guys to be familiar with the band and a little bit about what we've been doing and a little bit about our history here with the Orpheum and the focus on Indigenous issues here on this sacred landscape we call the Colorado Plateau. So what we'd like to do now is play you a handful of tunes, kind of have a good proper Yoties rock out. Yeah. Make it a little bit of a funky Yotie party. Anyway, let's see. I should make one more commercial about the Mighty Cause site for the Hopi Foundation. And another organization, actually, that is underneath the umbrella of the Hopi Foundation, all of our favorite radio station, 88.1 KUYI Hopi Radio. Yeah.
Woo! Tie your stuff down.
Streaming online at KUYI.net. Yeah, special place. Anyway, so that's another organization under the umbrella of the Hopi Foundation. And again, the basic mission of the Hopi Foundation is people helping people. It's about empowerment. It's about us moving forward, you know, in a community mindset, you know. And I really love the focus of the mission, but also the many programs that are under its umbrella, you know. Very dynamic programs to me. Anyway, if you give to the Mighty Fund site, you can also designate to KUYI. The way that's done is on the there's a tab for designation, and if you click on the general fund there, or the general, it'll take you to a spot where you can also dedicate your donation. And if you click on dedicate, then you can write down specifically where you would want your gift to give. You can give to the Emergency Assistance Fund. You can give to also Artist Relief. And Hopi is really a community of what I consider to be world-class artists. You know, this situation will impact us a lot because we don't really have enterprise around us. You know, we're about 60 miles to 100 miles from the nearest town. And so most of us are self-employed. Like I say, to me, worldwide or world-class artists, you know, is what I consider most of the artists from Hopi. You could give to Artist Relief. You can designate that as well. Anyway, at 8:30, we are going to collect all the names that have given to the Hopi Foundation Mighty Cause site for this event. And those names are going into a hat. And 3 names will be pulled, and we've got 3 pieces of artwork. One of the Freedom Runner in honor of the Pueblo Revolt, and the other is a small version of True America, the coyote, with the flag, and then a large version of that. Okay, I think that's all the announcements. You guys want to rock? Yeah.
Speaking of Hopi Radio, I think I've heard the song on there a few
dude,
times.
I just heard it the other day, man. That was too cool, man. All right. 10,000 years ago, our people walked into this land. Around this sacred mountain, we left footprints in the sand. The white man seems to think that we should hush our sacred song. Don't they realize without us, all their revenue would be gone? Yeah, in this town. Well, I'm chilling with my lady at the Reswood Tuesday night. Sitting with her there, all the world seemed to be right. They shut the place down early, so we cruised on to the store to buy a pack of smoke and head home to chill some more. We left the store and hit the road thinking we were turning in, but a city cop was in the bushes staring at our skin. Flashing lights, he pulled us over to my great surprise. Sat my lady walking, slapped on cuffs and took the ride because you can't be proud in this town. I said you can't be brown in this town. Yo, where you at, Cole? So I'm sitting in a holding cell at Coconino jail, wondering how the heck I come up with cash for bail. Throughout the day, throughout the night, they bring them all on. The thing they had in common is the shade of skin they wore. After sleeping on the concrete, we're caught up to be rain. The only white guy in the place got out that very day. So we're sitting here waiting for our court dates to arrive. Navajo, Hopi, Mexican, a couple colored guys, because you can't be brown in this town. I said you can't be brown in this town. Flagstaff, Arizona, you can't be brown in this town. I said you can't be brown in this town. So if you're brown, make a sound to remind this town. Every Babylon system comes crashing down because liberty and justice is tainted and rusted. What Jah sees, I say he is not pleased. So if you're brown, make a sound to remind this town. In the day we go up, they cannot bring us down, because we will not stop until the mountain top. When our prayers for the nation bring us restoration. Now while the tourists come to see the native culture in this town, the cops are busy gathering up what redskins can be found. And they desecrate our mountain and the sacred sites we see, but we refuse to be what they wanted us to be. Yeah, but still you say you can't be brown in this town. You say I can't be brown in this town. You can't be brown in this town. I said you can't be brown in this town. So yeah, I'd like y'all to give that a little bit of a sing-along. Yeah, man. Actually, let me get these headphones. Thank you, Kobo. Actually, keep playing for a minute. 2. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2, okay.
Jaja sees, I say he is not pleased. Well, if you're brown, make a sound to remind this town. In the day we go up, they cannot bring us down. You can't be brown in this town. You say I can't be brown in this town. You can't be brown in this town. You say I can't be brown in this town. Sing it with us. You can't be brown in this town. You may not be brown, but you can still sing it. You know? Can't be brown in this town. Sing it for the Havasupai Nation. You can't be brown in this town. Sing it for the Hopi Nation. You can't be brown in this town. Black lives matter, yeah. You can't be brown in this town. No más muertos. You can't be brown in this town. But you ain't never gonna bring me down. 'Cause my forefathers' hands built this town. Yeah. So we're just gonna play you a handful of tunes kind of about this band and kind of how we got started. Actually, I'm gonna move on to Yoties, yeah? So that song, Brown in This Town, is a song about systemic racism, you know. I wasn't really familiar with the term when I got arrested by the Flagstaff PD about 10 years ago, you know. But I've learned a lot about that particular subject. 52% of the arrests made by the City of Flagstaff Police Department here in the city of Flagstaff last year were Native American people. And we're talking about a city that has a percentage of Native American people that's 15%. You know what I mean? So, yeah, something's going on. This little bit of an autobiographical tune, this is a tune called Yoties. First things first. Hang on, folks. That was thumb of jaw, bro. All right, man. We just needed to ceremony up real quick, man. Get this vibe going. A tune called Yoties.
nations. My mother, a Tewa, my father, a Hopi, two great Southwest Pueblo nations. At the Santa Fe Indian School, I received a so-called education, but I know deep inside the greatest learning of my life is the direction and correction of the Lord of creation. I'm a Yoti, and it's alright. Hey, yes, and I'm a Yoti. Won't soon be giving up the fight, 'cause I'm a Yoti. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright, 'cause I'm a Yoti. In 1906, my grandfather's father was sentenced to prison for refusing to give his son to be indoctrinated in the foreign culture of American systems. And I got 8 pups of my own. Jah bless our children and help us see through a blurry sight and through the eyes of faith renew our vision. I'm a Yoti, and it's alright. Hey, yes, I'm a Yoti. Don't soon be giving up the fight, 'cause I'm a Yoti. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright, 'cause I'm a Yoti. Well, alright, yeah. Chase us away from Cliff Castle Casino. When we howl at night, they chase us from Twin Arrows Casino. When we howl at night, they send a dog catcher to chase us whenever and wherever that we go. You can take our dog off the rails, but you can't dictate the way his heart is led. And if you're feeling dead now that you get ahead, maybe it's time that you remind yourself of who you be. You're Yoti, and it's alright. Alright, y'all. Hey, you're Yoti. Don't soon be giving up the fight. I'm in a fight for my survival. Yeah, big city electricity being my rifle, but I'm lesser tops when the waters drop. Among the flowers we be hiding all of life's good beauty. We be Yoties, and it's alright. We be Yoties, Don't soon be giving up the fight, 'cause we be Yoties, It's alright, it's alright, it's alright, 'cause we be Yoties, Well, alright, I said we are family. I got my brothers and my sisters and me. We are family. I got my brothers and my sisters and me. So it's kind of like this, you know. When you're a Yoti, you don't quite fit into this modern technological world, you know what I mean? I mean, we live in it, because we learned some lessons from the Yoti, you know what I mean? Sometimes you see him skipping across the parking lot at Walmart, you know what I mean? Sometimes you hear him howling on the mountain. He's living in 2 worlds, you know? But what he represents is you can't get that wild out of him. And to me, that represents that conscious side of life, you know? We as human beings, no matter how technological we get, no matter how mixed up in this systematic system, racist system that we get, we gotta remember that wild side, you know what I mean? Because there's still a conscious side of life, a spiritual side of life. And when you begin to recognize those kind of things, it just might be, perhaps, maybe, that you're Yoti too. Something like this. I'm a Yoti, he's a Yoti, she's a Yoti. Wouldn't you like to be a Yoti too? Because I'm a Yoti, he's a Yoti, she's a Yoti. Wouldn't you like to be a Yoti? Hey, hey, so why do you hesitate? I said, oh, open up your heart today and teach me the will I pray. I lead us to a better day for all eternity. You rest within the arms of the great mystery, rewarded by the life that you live consciously. Your light shining upon all your posterity, cause I'm a Yoti, yeah, yeah, and it's alright, yeah. Yeah, I'm a Yoti, yeah, yeah. Don't hold me giving up the fight, cause I'm a Yoti, yeah, yeah. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright, cause I'm a Yoti, yeah, yeah. Well, alright, yeah. So I got stuck here, you know, stranded here in the city of Flagstaff, like many Native American people. You know, we're not allowed to go home because we're considered flight risk, because once we step off of or step onto reservation, that's federal land, and the city and the county no longer have jurisdiction over us. So we're considered a flight risk. So I was pinned down in the city that I had no support system, no job, and was restricted to a 20-mile radius. Fortunately for me, I had a guitar, and I had met Hunter Eagle Man Red Day somewhere, and DJ So too, man. And I don't know, man. Somehow we got together and started making some noise, and eventually ran into this guy, man, the Koi Wolf, you know.
Hey, Ed, I think I found out where I first met you.
Uh-oh.
It was at the Green Room at the Sierra Leone Refugee All-Star Concert.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, somewhere around 2009,
that very well could
2010, something like that.
Totally, man. Totally.
And then, of course, the Mighty Fishbone Concert.
Oh, dude. In the spirit of that Sierra Leone concert, you know, these are refugees from Sierra Leone, and again, identifying that common plight between Native American people and the African American community. This is a new tune for us. This is a song about the Havasupai Nation, and this is about their plight. They were kicked out of the Grand Canyon landscape so that in 1918, so that we could have a national park in 1919. Today, in the state of Arizona, there is only one operational uranium mine because all the tribes have outlawed uranium mining on their reservations. But there's still one mine, and that's the Grand Canyon mine, sitting outside the Havasupai Nation at the Grand Canyon and threatening the water systems of only one group of people. This is a brand new tune for us, man. First time breaking this one out. This is a tune called War, dedicated to the plight of the Havasupai.
Supaja.
Uniting, it's a war, so we keep on fighting in a war. War, we never be divided in a war. Hearts and minds united, it's a war, so we keep on fighting in a war. Rhythm of a super nation leading in a fight. Conscious hearts and our minds unite. Hapatsupacha, your story we heed. Beware of corporate corruption and greed. It's a warning. Now it's a distant early warning. We in a global crisis. Mankind left to its own devices. It's a war, and we freedom fighting in a war. ism, schism, it's a war. So we keep on fighting in a war, in a war, in a war. Under the shadow of Grand Canyon mine, trapped in a maze of an industrial matrix. Only we ourselves can free our minds. It's a war. Now it's a distant early warning. We in a distant crisis. Go behind this mindless man left up to his selfish devices. It's a war against systemic races. It's a war against the schism. It's a war. So we keep on fighting in a war, in a war. War against philosophies, yeah, it's a war. Capitalistic greed, yeah, it's a war. So we keep on fighting in a war, in a war, in a war. War, freedom fighting in a war. Conscious hearts uniting, it's a war. So we keep on fighting in a war, in a war, in a war. United, it's a war. We never be divided, it's a war. So we keep on fighting in a war until salvation takes. Yeah, man. We're in a war. And the war that we're in today is a war against systems. We're not in a war against individuals. We're not in a war against institutions. We're in a war against the philosophies that make those institutions corrupt by their systems. We're in a war against philosophies. We're in a war against isms, against schisms. When I got arrested here in Flagstaff, I'm looking at a jail population that in my eyes looks 70% Native American. I'm going, what the heck is going on? You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting in a jail cell and I'm waking up to life. Things that my family had told me for years, warned me about what takes place in border towns and what those places, the danger that those places can be to Indigenous people. Well, I discovered it firsthand, you know what I'm saying? And along with that, I was reminded about many other things that my father used to talk about. My father used to talk about Black Mesa Mine, you know, and what was taking place up there. The world's largest strip mining operation. I'll say that again. The world's largest strip mining, existing on the joint use lands of Navajo and Hopi. 45 billion gallons of water was sucked up from underneath our feet. We were paid $1.67 for the every 326,000 gallons of water so that coal could be transported via slurry over 300 miles away to the Mojave generating station so people throughout the Southwest in the big cities like San Diego and Phoenix and Salt Lake City could have electricity. Meanwhile, our people didn't have running water and electricity, and still many of them don't to this day.
And today, if you do have running water in your home in Hopi, two-thirds of the population can't drink from what comes out of a faucet because of arsenic contamination. I'm talking about systemic racism. This is a song made famous by Mr. Steve Miller, Take the Money and Run, but we put a twist on it. It's Take the Money and Run, Yotie style it, talking about the Black Mesa Mine. Check it out. All right, now for reals. Certain coal company, two undercover rubber dubbers making money for each other in an age of opportunity. They made up a scheme selling American dreams to people living in extreme. And here's what happened when they decided to lose the golden egg from the goose. Yeah, they headed on down to Black Mesa. It's a little north of Flagstaff. That's where they created a great big historic scandal. They stole the water and coal from pennies on the dollar. Then Johnny B, he took the money and run. Yeah, yeah. Whoa, take the money and run. Whoa, take the money and run. Lawyer from up in Salt Lake City, repping the tribe while moonlighting on the side. It was a sick and twisted, sinful pity. There ain't no way to make the man give account of his action in a court of justice. Making a living off of people that blessed and gave and prayed and trusted. Well, Johnny B, he slipped away. Body cold, they're gonna catch up with him one of these days. Yeah. They got the money, hey, you know they got away. They're headed on out and they're still running today. And I say, take the money and run. Oh, take the money and run.
something that it's time that we all be conscious of what's taking place right under our eyes. It's not really behind no curtain, you know what I mean? Capitalistic greed and corruption right in front of our eyes, you know what I mean? Every single product we consume, something is injuring somebody in this world, you know what I mean? You know what I want to say to that Peabody Coal Company? I want to tell them, go on, take the money and run. You got your dirty money. Now go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and take your funny money, honey, and get gone. Go on, take your money and run. Because the love of money is the root of evil. You know the truth that I said to you, good people. Don't set your eye on the world system. It gonna choke you and drown you in perdition. Because the love of money is the root of evil. You know the truth that I said to you, good people. Don't set your eye on the world system. Yeah. Whoa, take the money and roll. Sing it with me. And really what I'm trying to point out by some of these tunes, oh, thank you guys, by the way. feel your Irie energy, man. But really what we're trying to do by this set, you know, is point out what systemic racism means. So we know what racism means, and we've talked about the roots of racism in this country, in this show. But I want to demonstrate to you, what does it feel like? What does it look like? Well, it's about racial profiling. It's about living in homes where you don't have drinking water, potable drinking water, you know what I mean? It's about the history of your people being manipulated by mining companies. You know, when we met up with the Coolwolf, the night, I remember the night, okay, so Hunter's talking about the first time that we met, right? At Sierra Leone. I remember the first time that you played with us. And
Black Mesa.
Yeah, man, Black Mesa. That's exactly right. Up on Black Mesa, right? What that song's about, man. What a trip. But we were up on Black Mesa, and the Coolwolf kind of, without asking, by the way, invited himself on stage with us, or into, I don't know if it was really a stage, but we played there. Dude, we played Under the Stars that night, and that was so Irie, bro. And I mean, I would have never created that myself, you know what I mean? I mean, that was a God moment right there,
Very
bro.
serendipitous.
Hey, man, B-Dub told me it was a jam, okay?
Okay,
Was it jam?
whatever. But anyway, yeah, that was really a special moment. Let's play that tune, Live Consciously, because in the midst of all the chaos, there is another sea. Not related to racism, on the other side of racism. Racism sees of capitalism and colonization and that cloak of Christianity, but there's a whole nother sea, and that's the sea of consciousness, conscious living. We're there's one thing that I think that people should know. It's that in life we reap what we sow. He that soweth to the flesh reap corruption. He that soweth to the spirit reap the kingdom to come. Ah, yeah. Gonna reap the kingdom to come. Show respect for the sacredness of water, the sky, our father, the earth, our mother. Give thanks for the blessings of above, the food that we eat, friends and family to love. Ah, yeah, yeah. Friends and family to love, I say. Though a righteous man falls 7 times as a phoenix from the ashes, still he will rise if we forgive ourselves for mistakes that we make. We gain wisdom for the journey on the roads that we take. Ah, yeah. On the roads that we take, I say, hear me when I say, live consciously. I say if we live consciously. Live consciously. Okay, if we live consciously. Don't sit back to watch your brother stumble and fall over the things he heard, the things that he saw. With humility you make your amends, that you may walk in good conscience before God and men. Ah, yeah. For God and men I say, don't look back to watch your brother stumble and fall over the things he heard, the things that he saw. With humility you make your amends, that you may walk in good conscience before God and men. Ah, yeah. Before God and men I say, hear me when I say, live consciously. I see if we live consciously. Live consciously. Alright, I live consciously. To learn to live upon the land as a Hopi man. Be led by the Creator's hand. If you wanna be a Hopi man, then you've got to learn to live upon the land as a Hopi man. Be led by the Creator's hand. And we refuse to be what they wanted us to be. We are what we are, and that's the way it's going to be. We are a conscious people, though not profited by this world economy. We are a conscious people, victims of imperial monstrosity. Yeah, yeah. Then you've got to learn to live upon the land, and as a Hopi man, be led by the Creator's hand. If you wanna be a Hopi man, then you've got to learn to live upon the land, and as a Hopi man, be led by the Creator's hand. And live consciously. I see if we live consciously. You know I said it, y'all live consciously. Alright, we live. Diga genau, navisador. there's a whole nother side of life, you know what I mean? Because the original American, in many places, has been living in what could be considered the ghettos of the reservation for a long, long time. We've existed without adequate food, clothing, shelter, medicine, just to name but a few. And in their place, we've been given malnutrition, disease, suicide, and bureaucratic promises of a better tomorrow. Your America has not been your proclaimed land of liberty and justice for all. May your God forgive you. The treatment of our people is a national tragedy and disgrace. But the time has come to put an end to that disgrace. The Bears Ears, Standing Rock, Canyon Mine will do whatever is necessary. And from here, we will control our own lives, take our destiny into our own hands, and through it all remain to be the true American. Within to protect you and guide you in this world of sin. Mix this. Shana desire for progress and production. Remember that man is always bent on destruction. Heaven and earth will soon pass away. After the darkness of night come the dawning of day. Whoa. Remix. Just give me a beat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, you know what? Nah. The moment is gone. The moment's gone.
Live conscious, y'all.
Woo.
Yeah, man.
We're about to get into some happy stuff, and then we're just like, wait.
Yeah. Nah, that's not the vibe, bro. Actually, you know what? It's actually a good time to just stop for a quick commercial because I noticed it's 8:20. So we're gonna we're not gonna stop receiving donations to the mighty cause, but what we will stop doing is taking down names at 8:30. So. Hey, so could you do me a favor and maybe grab, I don't know, do you need to lose your headphones to grab one? I have those prints right there on the side. So we got 3 things that we want to give away, and to qualify for the giveaway, all you got to do is throw in a donation over to the Hopi Foundation at the Mighty Cause site that is on the page there. Okay, cool. Yeah. And this will be item number 1, is True American in miniature form. And, and this is Freedom Runner. I think this is Freedom Runner. This is a drawing done in commemoration and in honor of the 340th anniversary of the Pueblo Revolt of 1680. And last but not least, this is just the deluxe version of True American. And again, you know,
what we're here for. Chant down systemic racism and focus on living consciously. So, one more shout to the Hopi Foundation. Thank you guys so much for the work that you do out there. As soon as the COVID-19 epidemic hit the reservations, it was the nonprofits that jumped and that worked so diligently, so fast, and were on the ground so fast among indigenous communities. So shout outs to Ethel Branch and the Navajo-Hopi COVID-19 Emergency Release Fund, and also shout outs to Monica Navumsa and the team at the Hopi Foundation who set up the Hopi Foundation Hopi Emergency Relief Fund as well. So they're doing wonderful work, and there's many programs under that umbrella of the Hopi Foundation. Anyway, we're gonna give a shout out to Hopi. To say the word Hopi is really to draw up the imagery to us of living consciously. Really, that's a really good definition of what it means to be Hopi. Living in harmony with the cycles of the sun and with the moon and with your fellow man around you, and most importantly, with your creator. Bobby McFerrin wrote a song back in 1988. It came out called Don't Worry, Be Happy, and almost immediately after the song came out, the t-shirt Don't Worry, Be Hopi showed up on the reservation. So yeah, shout outs to Joe and Janice Day at Sakoshovi as well. That's the only place you could get that t-shirt. And, you know, they're downsizing now, so I hope that we can still get them. Anyway, love and respect. This is a tune called Don't Worry, Be Hopi. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cultural flow, I said, nah, don't worry, just be Hopi. The beginning of time, we came into this land to leave our strife behind. Follow Masa's plan, he said, don't worry, just be Hopi. Change our ways, but we were doing fine. We said, nah, don't worry, we'll just be Hopi. 1680, we kicked the Catholicos out, and what of his sorrow proved there was no doubt, yeah. Nah, don't worry, just be Hopi. Out to Hopi, and you heading out through the Loop Road, from Flagstaff, get on that Cosninos Road, and then get out to the Loop Road, past the Grand Falls entrance. You just keep going past the cattle guard. You're on Navajo Nation. You get out to Loop, and you turn north just once you pass the little Colorado River, and you start making your way north. And to me, the whole landscape starts to change, you know what I mean? Things start to flatten out, and then the mesas start to rise, you know. The land starts to clear up, and to me, as I lose my cell phone reception, all of my cares and all of my worries start to slip away. It feels so good to be home, you know. To me, it's something like this. So this song, Don't Worry Be Hopi, is a little bit of a review of what we talked about up to this point, you know. The first verse is about our mythic history, our origins. The next verse is about our history, our clash with Imperial Spain in the 1600s. Now this next verse brings the whole thing full circle. Still today we have our trouble. The United States, they try to bust our bubble. They say, don't worry, just be hopper. Yeah, Peabody coal has been full of lies. They say they don't know why our springs run dry. They say just stay in your corner of northern Arizona and be hopper. Yeah, there's the Bears, there's Grand Canyon mine, the desecration of our sites and shrines. And still they keep on telling us, don't worry, be hopper. Yeah, there's the snowball, there's the canyon mine, the desecration of our sites and shrines. And still they keep on telling us, don't worry, be hopper. So many things in this world we see, we cry this here. It'll pass no anchor, hope you don't worry. Yeah, just be happy. And don't worry about a thing now, because every little thing is gonna be alright. Umakahen won tota no, umahope. Yeah. Nice. Thank you guys.
Shout out Hopi Land.
Shout out Hopi Land. Shout out to the Hopi Foundation. Cool.
When the time's right, I'm going to go to Hopi Land, and I hope someone can feed me some Nukovi. And you have some piki bread.
Yeah, somebody's got you. Somebody's got you.
Check out a dance.
Johnny J's got you covered, bro.
That's right. She owes me.
Yeah.
Shout out Johnny J and Fred.
So I got 8:30, and which means that you can still give to the Hopi Foundation at the Mighty Cause site on the page. But at this point, we won't be any longer taking names for the images, for the prints. So I'll keep checking my phone, because in just a few, I'm going to get some names for the winners, and we'll start announcing those. In the meantime, yo, Cold Wolf, yo, Hunt, I think we ought to do some Four Little Yoties. I'm seeing this, right? You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I see you.
So this next tune is a little bit of history about the Yoties, if you listen carefully, you'll learn about what the mission of this band is, and that is that we're howling for the people and lands of the Colorado Plateau. We're howling about the 500 open pit uranium mines that still exist today from the Cold War on the Navajo Nation. We're howling about 45 billion gallons of water in Hopi that were gone overnight between 1970 and 2005. We're howling about arsenic-riddled water systems out on Hopi Nation. We're howling about uranium contamination threatening the water systems of the Havasupai Nation, and also the Ute Mountain Ute Nation up in Utah, one state above us, who is threatened by the only existing uranium mill in the entire United States of America. You know what I mean? Well, we're saying there's something to howl about. There's a little history of the band. 4 little Yoties.
And this rhythm right here is, once again, shout out to Jamaica, the island of Jamaica. Happy Independence Day.
Jamaica.
This rhythm right here is an old classic Jamaican rhythm tune in the 80s, done by many arts, but primarily one by Wayne Wonder. We call this the Sling Tang rhythm. Some American group, Sublime, did their own version too, but this is an old school rhythm. The Yotified version right here. We recorded this next song in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Shout out to Bill Palmer.
Well, it's a sing tang read our Yoties style. It's a sing tang read our Yoties style. Wicked whitey, check it out, we get ow, ow, ow. Shy dee 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 like a river we go. Shy dee 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 like a river we go. Shy dee 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 like a river we go. Yeah, like a river we go. Rhythm. One little Yotie howling on the street when the dog catch a pillock come in a cage. But when the lock was sprung, he come a singing a song. There come another coyote, come and tap the rhythm. 2 little Yoties on a mess at top. 2 little Yoties are howling on a hill at the 420 kappa when the moon stood still. But when they hit the ground, they cannot get sound. There come another coyote with that big booming sound. 3 little Yoties on a mess at top. We like a flash flood flowing, we never gonna stop. But when we climb up a mountain to take it to play, there come another coyote who feel the same way. 4 little Yoties are rumbling on a mountain, they be Arizona, reggae rockets got us on it. And they brought the people in the lands of the world, indigenous nations of the Colorado Plateau. Shy dee 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 like a river we go. From the thawing of a mountain snow, from the monsoon range up to the mesa top, we like a flash flood flowing, we ain't never gonna stop. Shy dee 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 like a river we go. Shy dee 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 like a river we go. Shy dee 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 like a river we go. Yeah, like a river we go. Sang high here, I'm in a Yotie style. Sing ting, in a Yotie style. Sing ting, in a Yotie style. Just FYI, right now you're in tune to the Yoties, Y-O-T-I-E-S, from right here in Flagstaff, Arizona, yeah. Howling for the people and the lands of the Colorado Plateau. Shiny like a river we go. They are howling on the street when the dog catch a pillock come in a cage. But when the lock was sprung, he come a singing a song. Then come another coyote, come and tap a rhythm. 2 little Yoties are howling on the hill at the 420 kappa when the moon stood still. But when they hit the ground, they cannot get sound. Then come another coyote with that big booming sound. 3 little Yoties on the mesa top, we like a flash flood flowing, we ain't never gonna stop. And when we climb up a mountain to take time to pray, there come another coyote who feel the same way. 4 little Yoties are rumbling on a mountain, they be Arizona, reggae rockets got us on the Jaja say. So what we really need to stop doing is arguing with one another and pointing fingers, because we're all really part of this problem, you know what I mean? Everyone who turns the faucet, everyone who flicks the switch. Yeah. We're all in this together. Check it out. When I am boom shakalacking a Japan attacking and you step alongside it to tell her lies, yeah. Shakalacking and a pan attacking, yet she already know that you ain't know. And fighting the moment you come, they got hits from the evil that is in you. For out of a well come a water that tell what is in you, be it to hear and no hear. Mind polluting and a persecuting and a limitation and a resignation and a broken treaty and a shun the media and a leave the dying and a shush the crime. But Jaja say I never puzzle fighting no more. Okay, I say I lie. And I say, because I just say I never puzzle, I never puzzle, I never puzzle, I am not say. So bringing us along, bringing us along, did it, No more mind polluting, no more persecuting, no more limitation, no more resignation, no more broken treaty, no more shandarini, no more leave the dying, no more just the crime, no more dig up the coal, no polluting the soul, no more suck up the water. Drama when I smoke marijuana. Jaja say I never put some fight in no more. I am not say because I Jaja say I never put some fight, I never put some fight, I never put some fight. I am not say. Yes, she already know that you ain't no you ain't a no so hit this guy. I said I'm only human and I ain't excusing another bitterness that's in my soul. I ain't denying that I'm still crying, and I wish for my people that it wasn't so, because I'm reservation generation taking I just say I never forsake for you didn't know.
Hey!
Oh yeah,
it's
feedback.
like real feedback. I felt the bass.
I haven't heard that in a long time.
That sounded so good.
Yeah, thanks for turning that sub on, Scotty.
That was cool,
it felt
dude.
good to feel bass like in my bones for the first time.
Oh
in like
wow, okay, cool.
6 months. It's been a long time, y'all.
Oh.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Let's see. I've got 8:44. I'm gonna announce one winner right now. We'll play a tune, then we'll announce the other winner. And then we'll play one more tune and announce the other winner.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, I like our odds. Okay, first off, for the little version of the True American. Yeah. Let's see, this is going out to, drum roll please. Hang on, hey, whoa. Miss Candice Lamo, wait, one more time. Oh no, Miss Candice Lamaheftewa. All right.
Taffy won it.
Yeah, that's Taffy. That's my cat, man. We're gonna have to play Down in the Ville for her.
Sounds like the business.
Yeah, let's do that, man. We're gonna play a little tune for Hopi Land called Down in the Ville. Candice is actually my kaa, which we have a little bit different way of reckoning our relationships. She's my auntie, but that also means that she's my girlfriend for life.
Really? Ooh.
She's always in my corner. She always got my back. So, love and respect, Taffy. What did I say we're playing? Down in the Ville, okay. Thanks. So this is a little tune about Hopi Land. This is called Down in the Ville. Let's hit this, guys. Down in the village we got so much to eat. Down in the village we got so much to eat. Our souls, our quas, our kias, our tahas, so much to eat. Down in the village we got so much to eat. Down in the village we got so much to eat. Down in the village we got so much to eat. Our souls, our quas, our kias, our tahas, so much to eat. Our siwas, our kakas, our tufkos, our babas, so much to eat. Oh, forgive me, I left to one side. Oh, forgive me, I left to one side. Oh, forgive me, I left to one side. Oh, forgive me, I left to one down in the village. Down in the village. Hey, yeah. Come on. Beautiful, man. When we were in the studio recording this tune, Alex says to me, man, he says, you gotta tell that story. And it's a simple story, man. Coming back from the Indian school, from boarding school, and you're making your way home, you know, for the summer. And man, it just feels like the longest ride you've ever had in your life, you know.
And when you hit Window Rock and you go through that forest, you know what I mean? It just seems like it goes on and on and on and on. But you hit Keeps Canyon, you know, and all of a sudden the vibe starts to change, you know? And you keep cruising, come up to First Mesa, you know? Say what's up to the people up there. Yo, what's up? Keep cruising, man. Come to the base of Second Mesa, and we start making that windy road up the mesa, you know. As you're cruising up, man, you pass the spring. Your heart starts, you know, to step up a beat. You make that turn right there at Paltaha's store. Start making your way into the Ville. You're coming up to the Ville, man, and you can start, you know, to smell the coal fires. You start to smell the nokwewe on the stove, you know what I mean? All of that mingled together, you know. This starts to feel like home, you know, and you pull up to the house, cruise up to the door, man, and right there's your soul waiting for you. And she opened the door, you know, just gives you a great big giant hug, you know what I mean? That's the best part of being in the Ville right there, you know what I mean? But this next verse is going out to the Tewa people. Yeah. Shout outs to the Tewa people up there, just above Palaka, yeah. Small but good, man. This one's going out to you. Down in the village we got so much to eat. Down in the village we got so much to eat. Akos, a memes, a tios, a pares, so much to eat. I said down in the village we got so much to eat. Down in the village we got so much to eat. Down in the village we got so much to eat. Ayas, ataras, atetes, asayas, so much to eat. Akoos, a memes, a tios, a pares, so much to eat. So much to eat. Down in the village we got so much to eat. Hey, I like that, dude. That's cool. Right on. Whoa. I'm loving that feedback, bro.
It's like the good old days.
Yeah, dude. Love the feedback. All right. On to the next.
Yeah. Hey, just a little reminisce when we were in the studio. Like, I had tears hitting the snare drum.
Oh, man.
I recorded that. It was a very emotional
Ed actually,
session.
here on the album, Ed's actually really crying. That's for real.
That was a real deal. And, I hadn't gotten there actually all the times we played it live, but that just brought a tear to my eye. So thank you guys for.
Yeah, man, that was a beautiful moment. Good suggestion, Alec Kobo in the studio. Yeah, man.
Yeah, actually, we edited most of that out, like the sniffles and all that stuff. Yeah, we erased most of that.
It's a little bit under, though, I think.
Yeah, you could. There's a tiny bit still.
His voice waver a little bit. Yeah. So check that out.
Pisces stuff, anyway. All right. Oh, yeah, I forgot to check. All right, so the next prize that we want to give, and I just want to thank everybody for checking in with us, hanging out with us tonight, man. For the Yoties, it's really a wonderful thing because, you know, we're doing what we do. We're howling the way we want to howl, you know. We're saying the things we want to say. And, you know, I want to just thank the Orpheum again. You know, what a blessing it is to hang out here and have this blessing of the visual, of the stage, in-ear monitors. I mean, everything. Just beautiful, man. Thank you, guys. So let's see, this next prize, thank you guys for giving to the Hopi Foundation as well. This next prize is going out to, don't delete it. Oh, cool, man. All right. Miss Violet Leslie. Miss Violet Leslie, this one is for you. Ow! Ow, 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 ow.
Thanks for giving, Violet.
Yeah, right on, Violet.
And congratulations.
Well, we got two lady winners from Hopi. You know what that means?
I think I do.
Yeah, all right. We're going to play a tune called Sunflower Girl. I want to say this, so...
To all the Sunflower Girls watching as well.
Yes, sir. There you go. In the boarding school experience, in the upheaval of our cultures, to me, in Hopi, what has made the biggest difference in our stability, you know, what's made the biggest difference in our lives and keeping us grounded, to me, is our mothers, you know. Our mothers, our aunties, our sisters. So this is a shout out to the feminine wisdom. This is a shout out to matriarchal philosophy. This is a culture we come from, and to me, it's sadly not present in colonial America, you know. To me, we need to get back to that conscious wisdom, the heart for the earth, you know. Anyway, tune called Sunflower Girl. Let's do this. She got a smiling, sweet, soft glow, and a touch of a loving care. She got a wisdom in the know, and a long, dark, flowing hair. Her eyes dance with laughter, her voice is a seasoned song. My heart around her beats faster, and I'm longing for your love. Sunflower girl, yeah, I'm longing for your love. Sunflower girl, yeah, what sweet sensation of her nation. She walks in beauty every day. Yeah, she heals me when I'm breaking, and whispers grace in her sweet way. I can't escape a disaster in my life without her love. I follow her ever after until I make my way to the stars above. She's my sunflower girl.
like it, I like it. All right, thank you guys so much for hanging with us. Let's see. I've got 901. Scotty, can we do one more song after this? Okay. All right, on. Okay, cool. I got one more in the drawing.
These guys have just been having a party back here. You guys don't even know it.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
It's almost like a show. You guys just...
That's bumping, dude. That bass is bumping. Okay. So one more. This is the large version of True American. And this one, you ready, So? Go for it, man. Here it comes. This one's going out to Mrs. Kelly Hayes Gilpin. All right. Yeah. Ow! Another sunflower girl. And we said in the things that we'll send you emails, but you know, if you already know us, just Facebook us or whatever and text us. We'll figure it out how to get that to you. Okay. Well, again, I want to just bring this to a wrap up. And I guess in drawing this conclusion, or trying to draw this show to a conclusion, we've talked about racism, the roots of it. We've talked about modern day examples of it. We've talked about contemporary situations, you know. We have to ask ourselves today, what do we do, you know? And I think on one side of the table, that's a very super complicated question, because we're talking about systems. How do you unravel the web of a system? The World Wide Web, we're all kind of caught up in that system, you know. The economics of trade, the things that we wear, the products we consume, we're all caught up in that system. To me, sometimes it becomes very discouraging to think, how can we change it? How can we turn everything back? And I think that it's really important to keep ourselves encouraged and not lose sight of a new day and a new dawn. Our small victories are big victories. And if we add up those small victories, they become bigger things, you know. This next song is called Irie Meditation, and that's what we want to do. Taking this conscious revolution to a place of fruition in our hearts and in society. This is a tune called Irie Meditation.
Thanks for tuning in once again for my first debut album.
Right. Lights dance before my eyes. They soon break on the eastern sky. A sweet sleep I awaken from. Time to rise up to greet the sun. Standing in the morning rays, I feel an Irish spirit coming my way. I say, Navi Josita Neta Di Hagelang. Navi Josita Neta Di Hagelang. Irie meditation. A prayer for myself, it's a prayer for the nation. Irie meditation. Just look from above and direct with love. One thing I know, a man cannot live by his bread alone. I said, let Jah be true. Jah, he make a liar out of me, make a liar out of you. From the
meditation. A prayer for myself, it's a prayer for the nation. Our meditation, jumping from above and direct with love. Our meditation, a prayer for myself, a prayer for the nation. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Yoties, an alternative history of America. Again, big ups to the Orpheum Theater. Thank you to our sponsors, Grand Canyon Trust, Sierra Club, Grand Canyon Chapter, Arizona Wild. Yeah. Big ups to the Hopi Foundation. Want to say to you all, keep on living consciously. Bring this real nice song. Worn and weak with shame, I look to the hills for relief of my pain. They say he giveth grace. The proud he resists, but the humble have strength. Giving thanks and praise, I feel an irie spirit coming my way. I say, Navi Josita Meta Dikhe Nam, Navi Josita Meta Dikhe. Our meditation, a prayer for myself, it's a prayer for the nation. Our meditation, look from above and direct with love. Our meditation, pray for myself, pray for the nation. Well, there's the Hopi nation, the Tewa nation, the Zuni nation, the Kiris nation, the Tiwa nation, the Towa nation, the Lakota nation, the Nakota nation, the Dakota nation. Yeah, the Yavapai nation, the Apache nation, the Navajo nation. Wallapa nation, the Yavapai nation, Hapasupa nation. Tohono O'odham nation, the Yaqui nation, Tarahumara nation. Como Castilla nation, Bahana nation. We all in that Aire, 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 meditation, a prayer for the nation. Love and respect, guys. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, man. Until next time, keep smiling, stay irie. Most of all, keep howling.
And wear your mask, wash your hands, so we can bring all this music back
Yeah.
To this very stage right here.
Keep studying.
That's right.
Keep studying. Irie, man. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Scotty. Love and respect, everybody.